Are we back? Is it back on? Is it working now? I think it's working now. Looks like it, at least on my end. I'm back? Cool, good to know, good to know. I stepped away because I had to go do a few things really quickly. And then I come back to see it frozen and I'm like, fucking hell. Okay. Oh. Oof. I don't know what is going on. It's weird. My laptop is being a bit fucky-wucky with me currently. I'm for sure going to have to, reach out to, people and see, what the fuck's going on, but I will do that after stream. I talked a bit with Brew, very briefly in DMs, and I was like, my theory was that it was the animated backgrounds what was causing me to, like, stop and freeze, but she doesn't think that's it, and I am much more willing to trust her since she's been streaming longer than me and has a bit more experience. I'm just getting a few other things set up on my end, because yeah. It might be that my, heckin', laptop might be giving out on me, because I've been using it for pretty consistently for the past 5 years. I don't know for sure if it's that, however, it's the one thing that comes to mind. So, I will definitely have to ask those that have more tech experience than me. So, we shall see. Okay, there we go. I can now turn off my background music. And switch scenes. Don't sacrificing a chicken. Make sure it doesn't fuck up me up. There we go. I forgot to switch it back to 14 after I did SWTOR. There we go. Right, and today, I am not playing Noctum or Keeler or any of these. Today is Neff. Hello. My pretty white mage. My pretty / cute white mage. I am still not over Streamlabs. You're a little late, my guy. Jeez. Check my sales. Holy excuse. Not every day that happens. Holy shit. What the fuck? Jeez. Sheesh. What fucking sold to get me that? Oh, of course it was the materia. Of course it was the materia. Of course it was the materia that sold that got me that. Because materia, they want it. Constantly. Naturally. Hold up. I did an oopsies. There we go. No, not adjust price. Return to inventory. There we go. There we go. Gil. I don't know how far I'm gonna get tonight, but we shall see. There we go. Alrighty. Time to do things. I am still, not over, yesterday. That was... I certainly was not expecting, I certainly wasn't expecting it to be that successful. Oh no, I'm lagging. Yeah, yesterday was great. It was really fun. I mean, we started off pretty strong with the model reveal, and then talking about my lore, answering Brew's questions, greeting you guys. I surpassed my follower goal that I had set, and I had to make a new one while I was on break for my BRB screen. I was not expecting that, like, at all. But at the same time, it goes to show that I feel like I made a good decision in continuing to stream and keeping with it and being persistent, because otherwise I would not have gotten to that point. I wouldn't have commissioned art or gotten an overlay or anything like that. I would still be, you know. I just find it very gratifying that it was able to be like that because of all of the people I've met and gone into their streams. I wasn't expecting it at all. It was very unexpected. Quite unexpected, very unexpected. And yet it was the good kind of, unexpected. Because I was looking over my stream summary from yesterday, and I was mind-boggled at what I saw, just like... LOL. I knew what you meant, Trey. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. What? When did this become this cheap? Okay, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Just... autocorrect sometimes be, finicky. But yeah, I was... Because also with that, on, you know, normally my... In a reference to something we discussed last night. Oh, did you make some headway in your story? Because in reference to something we discussed last night, that was one of the things that comes to mind. Hi, Neat. Hello. You managed 3 whole paragraphs? Ayy! Let's go! Progress! Hello, welcome. I'm just quickly putting one of my staffs. Boop! It grows! But 3 whole paragraphs, that's good! That's good progress. You should hopefully get a bit more tonight, though. I hope so. I hope so. All things willing, I hope so. Where... Oh, actually, how would that look? Oh, actually, that looks actually quite good. Oh, yeah, that's actually preferred to the, Garuda one, I think. Because the Garuda one is like this, but this one is like this. Yeah, I like this one a lot better. for this glamour, because it actually kind of matches a bit more. Save. Cool. Okay. But I was looking on my page, because afterwards, after I looked at all the stats and stuff from last night, I noticed something starkly that was very different, because normally it's just like, okay, you've completed this on, like, my home screen for Twitch for, like, you know, home content and all that. This time, it says, you're almost to affiliate, and I'm like, huh? Just eyes bulge out of my head, question marks appear above my head like, nani? just question mark, nani? Pardon? It was very funny though. It was a very funny reaction. I've been kind of in the whole thing of... My mindset is very positive with this. However, I have found myself over the course of the day getting a little misty-eyed because... because of all of this. So... I'm getting misty-eyed again, just thinking about it. Hello, everyone. Raha. Estinian, you'll be fine.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Calling you, and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me.
Oh, hey, catchy. I'm glad I decided to put Deja Vu on there. I am glad I decided to do so. Ooh, here we go! We're doing it! It's time to start Endwalker! It's too catchy not to. Exactly! Exactly! Oh, here we go! Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Next ship to sail, here we go! Nefertiti, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. The female aura talk is very cute. No, I don't want you to go automatically, I want to click, because I can't read that fast. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden disappearance of ominous towers and a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already, these towers of theirs have been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arnvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telothroi are under the leadership of Fandania and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. I wouldn't call him a friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telothroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. That's the plan. We will find a way in, Sharlyan, I am sure of it. Master Fortuno's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The farm knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kyle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Why did I stumble over a word I already knew? Bruh. You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlyan. Heroic music, go! And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. He did the ear wiggles! Go. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Aww. I have her caught up! Woohoo! Sorry, I'm getting my Discord matters settled. There we go. Limsa. Shame. My boyfriend's not on. I can't use the eternity ring. Shame. Mighty big shame, that is. Whew. Arcanist Guild. Arcanist Guild was my first ever guild to be a part of. Bum bum bum. I walked right past you. The Taru, we're done. Load in, please. I see you're on, Jay. Oh. Here we are. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlyan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I have everything. I have everything, so I'm good. Aw, that's a pretty scene.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Put that there and let them talk. Their voices.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
True.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Very much so.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
He's like, hold up a minute.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
LOL.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlyan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
He's like, bitch.
I merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
How does a plant greet someone?
I'd rather
Hello.
be dispensed with
Hello.
sirs, especially in private company. or I'll be forced to respond in kind. Little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point.
How dare.
Better.
Aww.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Aww. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hi!
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
We set the sail! All aboard for Sharlyan!
Woohoo! To Sharlyan!
It's time.
Why do you have to be so grim about it?
Delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Why do you have to be so grim about it, Cred? Just... okay.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
I can promise that I can bring people back. I can't promise that we'll be careful. You know us, Tataru. Bye!
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
She's so pretty.
Every moment, every step of your descent.
Bye.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Hi, Emmett. Oh. Emmett's a great character. I love him. Here we go. Oh. Deep breaths. My heart's racing. I haven't gone through this in around like a year. Question mark? So, I know I watched Brew stream it. It's not the same going through it, watching a streamer go through it and then playing it yourself again. Oh.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Hi, grrrr.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlyan should be coming into view at any moment.
I am ready on the screenshot button in this entire fucking expansion. Because they had some really good moments for screenshots and cutscenes and the like. They're playing Answers Reprise. Eh. Hello. Hello, Vanna.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Why am I tearing up now? There's nothing happening.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Her eyes are so pretty. Why now, Heidelin? I can trust your words no longer. No, I don't. Why? Why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
Read! Give me an answer!
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Heidelin has always been. A primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely...
You'll be back later, gonna do a stream? Alright, have a good stream, Rain! See you later.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your
Thank you for stopping by.
have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlyan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
Not wrong. You are not wrong, Vanna.
We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Aw, Neff is the mother of my characters and it's just like,
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlyan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlyan proper.
I think I was too late.
There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Here we go. And zoom out. Hello, moon. Endwalker. I got fucking chills. I have chills. I have chills. I got chills. I got chills. I got late chills.
Sharlyan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Ah, the music. I love it.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlyan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlyan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlyan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Let's go. Let's do it.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Yeah.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlyan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Nefertiti Anki, adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh yeah, Estinian, what's your job, Estinian?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Hi, Cryle. Thank you for stepping up.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
He's like, I tried.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Hey.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlyan.
Yeah.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
LOL. She's like, now listen here, you little bitch. It's snowing. It feels good to be here. After so long. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Kyle sweeps the silence with a speculative look. Old Sharlyan, new to you. Okay. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Nefertiti and Estinian's first time in Sharlyan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss to not visit forthwith by thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Till we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Boy. But I could... Ugh. Raul, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Nefertiti. Sharlyan awaits. Adventure awaits. Huzzah! After you, my friend, I am more than confident to follow your lead. He is now accompanying me, keep him at my side. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. She is now accompanying you. Go to the designated locations. There are conversation points. Roger, roger. Roger, roger. Ooh. Let's go to the conversation point. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thalic. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thalic Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar, which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlyan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thalek was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Asgardians. Individual Sharlyans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. I was doing so well with my talking, and then it just went whoosh. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but altogether our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive. The average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our famous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all of his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlyan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were typical Sharlyan when it came to cheap and convenient raha. But surely Totaro has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs on to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. Up we go. Turn on my auto run. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlyan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct that was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads us northeast to the Agora, Sharlyan's largest marketplace. I'm not gonna read those out, I'm just gonna read them. She called him out like, only a moment, yeah, right. Ooh, that's actually a good one for Neff. Now you got the Aetherite Plaza. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlyan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one of which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. You must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. The Forum. I will be right back. I know we get to come here eventually again, but I'm of the firm belief that if I wait, I'm not going to remember, so... Much better. Journey's End. There we go. Alright, now we go up there. Because I know we're doing that one last anyways, so I'll just run around there, grab that one, and grab that one. Well, I just like yeet. I see. All the water features for Sharlyan. Drainage. Like an allergy. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Rawhawk? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the final settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlyan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Later. I gotta grab the rest of the Aether shards. You just get the Aether shards is what I need. Yeet. need to go over and grab the Studium, and then I will go over to the Baldassian Annex. And then I will use that to go over there. Why? Simple. I'm one of those people that I'm like, I must be thorough. Hi, lag. The lag is just like, haha, fuck you. Oh, here it is. Here it is. All things considered, I will probably be level 86. I will be over-leveled for most of this. I have attuned to the Studium. Now for the Baldassian Annex, and then I will use it. Because after this is the last Aetherite. The very last. Right? Yeah, after this is the last one. I've attuned them all. Woohoo. They followed me. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlyan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our friends from House Levieux. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlyan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be enlightening, entertaining, and an enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldassian Annex? You remember the raid, don't you, grrrr? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, across the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct, after you, Nefertiti. Whee. I'm going to slap a bitch. Good. I'm just gonna sprint though. Boop, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that was perfect in terms of sprint. Here we are. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldassian Annex. If you continue up that hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Okay. I'm back, and I've brought Nefertiti and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Nefertiti. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Osha? Okia? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ejika. Oh yes. Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do not take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. The place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlyan. Whether to make use of the city's research Please hold, my brain has stopped working. Please leave a message. Ba. Okay. Whether to make use of the city's research faculties, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Tlaferoi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. Just simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even as such many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. I don't know why my brain is short-circuiting right now, but bleh. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Roger, roger. Salute. Salute. Mink. Let us go speak in the main hall, then, for that very reason. Hello, Cryle. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlyan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlyan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
I wonder.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlyan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlyan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Oh, I got you.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlyan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Let's do it.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
Objections.
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Whew, okay. Let's continue. So, all things considered, I will be accepting both quests right off the bat, so then I don't neglect one or the other, and I have it, and I don't have to come back here, blah 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 blah. Well, I mean, I probably do. So... hitting the books! Cryle is intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. We're doing the Sharlyan one first because, reasons. An unsettling change has come over Sharlyan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlyan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one could skim a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed a lot swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Let's see what this top looks like. Hey! Oh, that looks cute on her! Look. It's so cute. Oh, Pop. Aww. She looks so cute. Pop. Oh, yeah. Definitely going in the glamour dresser. And I will still accept this. For Thavner bound, Thinkred is eager to set forth for Thavner. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Oh, Orion J. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade, Moonbrita. Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath, the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Oof. It's wordy. This is wordy parts. Wordy, wordy, wordy. It is wordy. Very wordy. I'll, at the very least, probably finish, the Sharlyan questline tonight. Or hope so, at any rate. Hello, Kryle. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, we stand now before the doors of Numion, Sharlyan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numion extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numion's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlyan is free to enter and pursue its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Yustola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my research through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlyan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Bye! Alrighty. I'm not gonna read them all. I see. Going back and forth between the different sides. Alright. I got stuck. I like this. This is cool. I wish I could go down lower. That would be so cool. Think of all the pictures you could take. G-posers. Cool, did it. Librarians be like, no running. Shh. And I'm just like, bitch. Sprint is doing me well. Sprint is doing me very well. Hello, you two. Sorry, were you waiting long? Nope. I've been only here for a couple seconds. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Offno and Cryle should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlyan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlyan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the Isle of Fafnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to the Aerzia. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces. But Garlemald renamed the region Locus Omnius. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. How Nostradamus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alleg. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlyan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thagrid was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlyans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspective, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear! Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Doom! Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Nefertiti. More company should be arriving any moment now. Alright, time to wait. Again. Yeah, it says, wait at the designated location. Again. I need to stand up really quick. I need to stretch. Hi, Kyle. How, Fano? Stretch. Whew. Much better. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kyle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarant firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking crucial details. Oh, I love the me emote for female Ara. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magic. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the aether. The worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc in all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, these techniques were not preserved or passed on. Yustola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Yes, actually. They say it began with a keening sound for the land itself. yes, the Amaranthines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, just as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amaranth was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly meant when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for your Stola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Go on. Go on, start reading. Pick up a pen, stop writing. I want to talk about what I've learned of the hard one. I tried to sing Hamilton and it did not work out. Reading once more. Yep. Funny thing is, I didn't even look at what it said. It's just like, now do this. You still, I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the grrrr oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the uncentered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they pose a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know the final days were truly upon us. which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. You're not wrong. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. LOL. You labor for what feels like an age as Yashola's research assistant. Let me go. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference decks will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Quite some time, you. I have the boots for that. Alancy appears to be in desperate need of a study break. Me too, girl. Ready for a tea break, Nefertiti? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Okay. Roger, roger. To the Aether Shard! Across the way! Whee! Of all of the cities, I like Sharlyan the best. It is my, zone out. It is one of the ones that I go to when I'm like, eh. Hello, Alize. I am here. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlyan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. You might even learn something new, worth a try, don't you think? Now accompany me. Oh boy. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi, these enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're the House Levior girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I've heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to respect any ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Nefertiti. LOL. She's like, well, then, fuck off. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leviar. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Second. Welcome, madame. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the Order of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Foshino may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlyan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? Nope, he has not. But like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlyan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. You should be able to pass your... We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea, I hate to ask, but what do you think? I got you. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting up by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of, Gisla. She's sitting at the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck! Bye! This is the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Tilafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to curtain events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. LOL. And this is the omelet. Ah, finally! 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Talaferoi? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days, some old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine! You have no idea how long I've skimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Gleaner? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlyan, priceless books, unusual life specimens, so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Talaferoi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Just staff on my back? Oh, that's something to help you walk, yeah? Sure, let's go with that. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Yeah. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best sort of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Aw, Alize. Baby. Neff just glaring at everyone, just... You hurt my girl. You're hurting my girl, stop it. She's like, this is one of my babies. Hello. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Oh, let's do it. Please be poised.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlyan? Grrrr said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Labyrinthos?
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlyan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Smart girl. A labyrinthine descent. Alizé, excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numion, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Okay. I'll just go be the messenger real quick. Yep. Back to my old ways I go. Hey, Crow. Nope. Welcome back, Nefertiti. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up with information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Justilla observed earlier, Numion's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Nefertiti and Alizé learned at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlyans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlikely these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. But fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Off we go. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Bye, Raha. Be careful. Who uses stairs? Well, Neff would in character, but like... Ready? Our Brenthos is not far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. She's no... Okay. I wish I could walk a bit more slowly. I'm ready to hit the slash. Time to run. Alright, let's go. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. I already did, don't worry. Down we go. I love that weapon so much. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift, and down we go. Boing. I've discovered a new location. I gain points.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Indeed, so much so.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlyan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Concern. Thank God it's the nighttime thing. I hate the daytime thing with a passion. It's so annoying. It drives me at the walls. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Probably not. Let me think. The rare seed should be item 1058. Not saying that. Seeds 1059. Snurlberry 1060, or were they 1061? Ugh, my head feels like it's stuffed with Mako grass. Why, more loads to take out than can carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corthan carrots for their Carabanian carrots, and what then? You here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm not in the mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of merriments running loose. Any luck, Nefertiti? What tales do the gleaners have to tell? Taking stock, large shipments, exhausted gleaners. So this grand operation began without warning? And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory elsewhere, Somewhere else, That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely after something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Woohoo! Level 86! Aquavale! Woohoo! Cryo, it appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who was tasked them to do it. If you're getting Nefertiti, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped merriments? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. You got it. In the meantime, I will turn my triumphs upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Sorry, I'm messaging someone. You wish to help me find the merriments? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Arenvald, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For Mercy, there are no other Marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack, gently of course. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there now that won't hesitate to prey on a Marmot, or you. Thanks for the warning. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Bye. Time to open the... where is it? Aether Currents. Endwalker. Because I'm one of the firm believers of doing this before I get as many as I can before leaving. Alright, there's none over that direction, and then there's one down. There's a... that. Okay. Roger. I will be staying mounted for a long period of time while I'm here. Oh, there it is. Oop. Oh, I do so much damage to it. Holy shit. Ooh, slide casting at its finest. Ah. Come back. Oh. Hello! Hello, Hidski. Welcome in! How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. You're not aggro to me. I miss having flying in this area. You're doing good? That's good. It's good to hear. Slide casting at its finest. Wow. Oh, I'm getting the big boys now. Pop. Damn it! Come back! back here. Lacey. Damn rodents. I know I'm about to go through a fate. No. Okay, they won't get after me. Good, 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 good. Where is it? Oh, oh. There's the current. I'm being hit with the urge to write. Because I see people posting in certain areas and I'm like... Got you. Got it. I got it this time. Bop. Aha! I was fast enough. Too bad I don't have... So you know what? Ooh, they tanky. Haha. I forgot it's not Svotor and I tried to click on its body for loot. I automatically get loot if I kill. Oh boy. Ah. Pick it up. Why am I killing? Simple. I need that little aether current right there. I'm just gonna let that happen. Boop. Grabbing like aether current. Unicorn! To me! Ride like the wind! Bum 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 bum. I know in old Sharlyan I have the other quest. I accepted it for a reason. I accepted it so I wouldn't have to worry about it. So... Dun, 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 dun. Jump. Ooh, low damage. How did it fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here it is. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Roger that. Almost 3 hours. Nice. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, no. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? What will you do with the marmots now? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late, the honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. How you are, Nefertiti? Is this the cleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? I am Kyle of the students of Valdesian. Others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent to Labyrinthios. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I couldn't offer you more for your services. Bye! Arnvald is very good looking. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? It is the Forum. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, am I inclined to trust their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive reconstruction of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems like it. Seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more faculties we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From here, we can reach the lower... Oh, Cryle. Cryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it, then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed past east through the forest where you were chasing after the mouse, or Mara, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Alizy is about to be like, I'm so jealous. Bye. I don't need to flex on the map just yet. That's when I get flying. That's when I need it. Bum 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 bum. And I can get that attuned as well. Oh, someone went AFK. Behold, the Archeon. As Numion serves as Sharlyan's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlyan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Hey, I get the headgear now. He is gazing into the Archeon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Sure. Quickly tabbing out to check things. No, that's wrong. Excuse me. Endwalker. Okay. Lost Little Troll is the one I'm looking for. Okay. Looking for the quests. With that attuned, we are now good. Okay, cool. The demons haven't returned. Greetings, we are here to pursue the Archeon's vault. Per use, you are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Eldesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. The building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our reconstructing operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step aside for the moment, shall we? Squint. Students of Eldesian. Okay. I will admit, it is my hope that I will finish. We are in an impasse. We have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the reconstruction in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs. Let us see. One would hope. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal! Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Aha, I was correct. It is this way. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he is doing. Squinty face. I wonder who this gleaner could be. No, not the daytime music. Go away. Huh. Hi, Herrenwald. I knew it. Of course I knew it. I've played through the story before. Quite affectionate way. Ah, it's you again. I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Oh, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. But the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry is a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. Green hornbill caw. Effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Hornbill, green, caw. Ah, rain! Hello! Oh my goodness, hello! This is... Hi! How was your stream? I hope it was well! Hello! For those who are coming in and do not know me, hello, I am Zelise Alton, you can call me Zell. I am the caretaker of the Crystal Heart. And welcome in. We are currently playing some Final Fantasy XIV. We are continuing the Endwalker MSQ on one of my ults. White Mage, Female Aura, Nefertiti Anki. And obviously I've been through Endwalker before, but it's still very fun. And I'm glad your stream went well! Yay! There it is. Yeah. I was too slow. I wait. Damn it. Got it. Bingo! Oh my goodness. I will say, this is my first time getting rated, so thank you. I very much appreciate it. Whew. Oh, that's cute. I love the female aura emotes. They're so cute.
A fair shot.
Oh. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Nicely done. Let me trust this one up. And
Nanisha Akira? I'm sorry if I absolutely butchered that, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Crystal Heart. It's very much appreciated.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Screenshot.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
You came in with Reen's raid? Yeah. Welcome in.
Specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of the Gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum.
There we go.
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
There we go.
Those who are, the researchers involved in the secret.
Nanashi? Yes. That helps greatly for me.
And are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
I butcher names all the time. You can ask those that play D&D with me all the time.
What could a facility
Perfect.
subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Woo.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
But welcome in, raiders.
Position list given to me and my colleagues. I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
You thought butchering names was half the fun of names to begin with? I mean, you're not wrong. I always found it so fun.
Why would you say that?
I always found it very entertaining. My name, Zilcc. But I also pronounce it in many different ways because it's me and I can't make up my own mind. So I just say Zell, because it's one thing I constantly say correctly in the name.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we Gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Hmm?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Hey.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Bye, Ernval. See you. See you later.
Turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Woohoo! Let's do it. Yeah. What were you streaming though, Rain? Subconscious, reaction to just turn towards my own door, just you were streaming Breath of Fire? Ooh. Nice. I'm not wholly familiar with, the game. I've only heard it mentioned. By yourself, mainly. Hi, Alphino. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures honed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Getting my headgear. No, I don't want the comparison. I want the Tron. Oh, that's not bad. It's a really good JRPG series. There are 4 games in the series, and that is all. Ah, I see, I see. Medial circuit. Alize seems eager to get underway. Me too, girl. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. There are games which call themselves Breath of Fire, but it's... nah. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Yeah, let's do it. New location. So as far as I'm concerned, there's only 1 through 4. Okay. That's fair and valid. 'Tis fair and valid. Perhaps one day I'll check them out, but perhaps, the keyword is perhaps there. Fight me. Woohoo! Damage, big damage. Bop. I glare at them. Hiya! Bop. Let me check the photo, but I believe... Yeah, it's down the other route. Okay. Then in that case, I will go down and grab that and just double back a little bit. I don't know who all uses the Aether Compass, but if you do that to find these things, I respect the hell out of you. I struggled with it in Heavensward, and eventually I got to the point of, you know what? I'm just gonna find pictures or something, and I'm just gonna use that. It's definitely far quicker. Double back. Right, the next one I believe is down there? No, wait. There's no other... That's below. Ah! I almost read headlong into that enemy. Oopsies. I wish I had flight, but I do not. Fucking... Dun 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 dun. I am spared the daytime music of Labyrinthos, so long as I'm on this mountain, and so long as I am in a sanctuary. Come here. I can use this. Fuck you. Holy. Here. Have a flower. Lens flares for days. Bye. Speak with Alphino. Roger that. Gallopа, gallopa, gallopa, gallopa. Bye. There they are. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us onto the Medineal Circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arenval's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Okay, so back to picture. Okay, cool. I'm definitely gonna have to do that. Bum bum bum. I will be back to do the destination really quickly, but first I want to grab the Aether Current that I know is over here in this little water area. Shit. I might get aggro, I might not. Who knows? Oh, I'm definitely gonna get aggro here. Called it! Ooh. Really quickly though. I'm gonna give Benny... Lily. Pop. Okay, cool. I am no longer dying. Lovely. Pop. Boom, there we go. I have 3. Need to go over this way. There we go. Up. Now I wait. But grapes. Pumpkins. Ah, now I know where we are. This is... Ah, no. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic, you'd be hard-pressed to guess the origin, let alone know how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribed on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the foreign's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, what do you say? For sure, for sure. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Yes. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. I am annoyed. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not without the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mineshaft. The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling about old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds that we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with a vague reassurances that all will be revealed in due course, not the most satisfying answer. Yeah, that response is annoying. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. It's the grapes. the story of how Azem went in to do that. What crops are we using? Well, as you can see, this one has a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect, hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very same place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsebard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into hot, humid coastline. Such a bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Aminus. The Forum saw it not as a surprise, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Investigate the boxes. I'm not gonna stop to fight you. Be gone. Boy. Get off of my... Thank you. Hello! Oh, goodness gracious. Look. There it is. There are the flowers. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Guess what becomes important later on. The labels on these crates tell the story of the contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Almost done. We're almost done with the Labyrinthos quests.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
The voice sounds familiar. Essenian? Voice actor? Question mark?
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
Or is that Hythlodaeus' voice actor? I can't tell. The voice is familiar,
This
though.
ashen grey, for instance. It mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlyan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
You could say that.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
It is indeed.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Cryle, you good, girl?
Cryle?
Oh.
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Squinty face. Squinty face. Squints. Squinty face. Alright. Oh, and it's raining. Lovely. LOL. Is Cryle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Alice is not about to let Arnval out of her sight. Arnval was headed westwards along the path outside of the Archon. Come, we can still catch him. Yeet. Yeet. Jump. There we go. Whee! Soon, this one will be done and I can do the Thavnir quest line next time I do Alt Day. Hold on a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrintha's climate control centers. But words. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Arenval in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads! Goodness! Ribbit! Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Arenveld. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refreshen the enchantment. This is one of your favorite quests? It's so good! This part is so hilarious, just hippity hop, my little toes. Now go on and hop along. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of Predator as you would learn anything of note. Oh well. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. I have been changed into a toad, and must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. I will return from my transfigured status if I move too far away. Look to my map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with your Stella to restore or prolong it. Cool. Ribbit. Oh my gosh, I can leap so high. Ribbit. I could literally leap over Y'shtola. Ribbit. 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 They are now accompanying me. Keep me at the... Come along, my friends. Hippity hop, my little toads. Let's go. Lippity leap. Leapity leap. Leapity leap. You can hear the noise of their feet and it's so funny to me. Ribbit. 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 Round the toads. I do not wish to become a meal.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Going new, and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me. Whoa.
Deja vu. That startled me. I was so focused. I was so focused. Right. I forgot I went the wrong way. Whoopsies. Turnabout. I was focused and I still went the wrong way. Yeah. It might have startled me, but then I jam out immediately afterwards. It's so catchy. You are known for your timing, indeed, as you have mentioned. There it is. There's the bridge that I needed. You've done pretty well with timing so far. In terms of startling me today, I was spitting my drink out yesterday. Look at that little crawl.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
In the rain, just...
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlyan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Spitting facts.
In an age long past, Sharlyan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Facts. Ironvale is spreading facts.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Bye. Hi, bud. Stare down.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Yeah.
But I do have my reservations about the Forum. I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Bye.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah, that's right. He's an expert in capturing live subjects, meaning he's coming into contact with them. But at the same time, at least he didn't rat us out to the Forum informant while we were there. At the very least. I love him. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yeah, that's what I literally just said. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlyan has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos. Not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Truth. A guide of sorts. Alize is staring off in the direction Erenvel departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yshola and Cryle for the moment, see what they think of this. We should. I get the flower now. Oh, that reminds me, while I'm out here, in this direction... Okay. I believe I'm up on the right area for this one. I'm also gonna explore this area really quick. There it is. Boop. And I believe there's an aether current. Yep, there it is. I just see it in the periphery, just... Oh, there it is. Because I'm getting the 5 that I can readily get, in the first area of Labyrinthos. Now, all things considered. Bop. Okay. I need to go over to that lighthouse. So... Unicorn! Go! Even though it's night theme, I somewhat go faster with... Bop. Just bop. But I love the, At first I was annoyed with being transformed into a toad, but now I just find it fucking hilarious. It's just like... I mean... I would have preferred the grrrr spell, but you know, I'll take that. We still got information, but it was so funny. It was so funny. I believe this is it, yes? I believe so. Aha ha 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 ha! Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Alright.
A test of your reflexes!
Hello, Xenos, yes. Test of my reflexes, indeed. Oh my goodness. Just quickly doing that, so then that way I don't have to do that. So I have the 5. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then back this way is the quest form. I believe it's the only quest I can take at this level. Yeah. I was correct. Hi, y'all. You can hear my annoyance at the fact that I went to the wrong side from here. At least it's an easy fix. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenvel then? We did. We got information. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we can find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. I know if I do that, I'm immediately going to be swept into a cutscene and then back to Sharlyan proper. So... Ugh. Okay. Ah! I thought I saw lightning in the distance. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me, Galileo. That was so bad. Every single time it's just Bohemian Rhapsody. Ah, wasp. I'm just getting so easily startled by everything. I know that I have to go near the flowers, however, I need to accept this quest. You need to accept this quest. How dare me. My sweet Truggles, or one of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Kia, an archivist. The Archon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. The young troll, to be specific. Oh, I sure hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? Yeah. Hey, thanks. I will continue to my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had a comprehensive look around, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. I'm doing this first. I will return to do the MSQ shortly. But for now, reason why I'm diverting from MSQ is because I'm the firm believer of if I have the chance to knock it out as soon as possible, I will get flying. Unfortunately, I normally don't get flying in Endwalker until I'm just about to leave an area or come back for the second area, like Thapnir and Labyrinthos. Everything else I can get, and then I have to immediately leave. But I'm just one of those people that I like to get it done with relatively quickly. Yeah, pretty much. That was funny, all things considered. Oh my goodness. I added a lot of memes, and then I added a lot of catchy things. To create what I hope is a good balance. I know if Shiki were here, I'd be getting fucking... thank you. I was about to be so pissed off if that thing aggroed to me. Actually, I'm just gonna teleport. Teleportation! Wow. There he is. Hey, look, it's familiar. I see. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can't track it down. For a second, I thought the MSQ thing was what I needed. I mean, technically, it is true. I do need that. But more or less, okay, Oh, and there's a fate nearby. Yeah, okay. Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggle's footprints. I have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. Huh. It's okay if you care about it. Cool, level sync. Lovely. Ah, no. Cool. Ah. Quickly adding my shit. Spam, holy. Boom. No, it's okay. I have rescued the baby. Oh, I'm so glad you are unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Grrr, buffoon, grrr. The Archeon is under threat. I must do something, grrr. You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before. It's because the boy has a soul. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos, however he was abandoned by his mother, and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder why you're able to understand him and I am not. I'm sort of special. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. Grrr. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grrr the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. Ah! I happen to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by sea and knowledge, and he makes no effort to engage with it. Grrr. At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon is in grave danger. Some garrulous gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Oh, what is he saying? Oh, dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him, after all, and he seems mom's ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Yeah, I got you. I probably won't do your quest again, but... because I've gotten what I needed. Bum, bum, bum. Yep, nope, bye. MSQ time. I've gotten what I needed. Goodbye. I've gotten what I needed. Farewell. Goodbye. I go back down. Right, I can't jump, which is a shame, all things considered. They knew what they were doing when they made this area. Bum 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 bum. Oh boy. Of course there's a fate. Naturally. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Yep, level sync. They can't do shit, Lee. Bye. Ah, no, don't. Just me seeing, those things just boop. Back down the mine shaft I go. And back to the flowers. And then I am out of Labyrinthos for the foreseeable future. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a very pretty area. It's very pretty. However, the music drives me up the fucking wall. At least the daytime music does. The nighttime music is preferable, but then again, I prefer nighttime music in 14 to pretty much anything. It is my way. It is my way. I infer a lot, from music. It just so happens that, to me, at the very least, some of the music drives me— oh! Oh, hey, look at that! There's a hunt! Boss there. Not happening. That ain't happening. Not to level 90. I'm level 86. That ain't fucking happening, boss. I do not feel like dying today. Search for Cryle. Level 81, they're just doing the quests that I just did. Goodbye. Goodbye, farewell. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Almost there. I'm gonna get aggro here. Both, probably. Yep, there it is. Bum 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 bum. Hi, Kyle. Hey, nice timing on that one. And I know for a fact these next ones are voiced, so...
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Huh.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you.
I got here and I lost my mind. I'm like, wait, what?
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
She looks so weird with those eyes.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Emotions.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Indeed. We are indeed making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Yep, here we go.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlyan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your...
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna
Catchy. As usual.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlyan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
We have not been disruptive, my guy.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grrrr! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
He's reading the secret books.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Okay, if you're sure.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Okay, if you say so. Bitch. Person, I was such a bitch. Fucking tilted. I am so tilted.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
Ooh.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Just the side eye. And the smirk.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlyan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We haven't interfering with shit. I actually helped one of your gleaners, you bitch.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
loose in our city. These warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Speak, cry, I'll do it.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlyan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Your turn, Graha.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlyan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
You found a secret.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Yup.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlyan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh.
Yes, We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
Hardly.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Trailer line, trailer line.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Trailer lines.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner.
There you go, bud.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Revolt. Yep.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
This means spouting
Put
facts.
yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlyan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Bitch, I don't have to continue my research into this area. I'm just gonna go and just go off to Thavnir. Fuck
Honored
you.
members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, soon it will be finished. Soon. And the rain is gone. Damn it. Okay. We're almost done. We're almost done. Well, at least we're allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlyan. Estate visitor, Alize has a look of dissatisfaction. I mean, same, who wouldn't be dissatisfied with this? The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino? Alize? It is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Hello. Oh. Aemilian Slevier at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Surprised Pikachu face from all the scions. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Falchino are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stands, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Nefertiti, what do you think? Nefertiti? The Nefertiti, Anki? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion over yours, I insist that you join us. But we must be quickly about it. For my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Nefertiti, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Bye. I love Aemilians. Aemilians. Need I say more? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Nefertiti? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our home visit? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking in our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Paris mementos you can bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, gah, never mind. The Leverer estate is that way, straight down the stairs, come on. Is there a thing? Yes, I'm just gonna go and get the, speak bubbles. Yay! I love Ameliance. She is a good mother. A very good mother. Aww. Aww. He cared for his children. But at the same time, I disagree with everything. So before I do that, though, I am just going to come over here and get this old speech bubble. You love Sharlyan music? Same! Same! I spelled Sharlyan wrong in my title, but it's fine. Oh yes, we can't dismiss the swimming. I've been AFK here a lot. Because the music is just... The day theme and the night theme for Sharlyan are equal to me. Like, I don't prefer night music over daytime with this. They are equal because they're both so good. And here you are thus. Please do come in. Yes, we are here. Yeah. I love the Sharlyan music so much. So good.
Welcome home,
my lady.
I think I missed it. Absolutely top notch. Yeah, Soken popped off with Endwalker. Like, absolutely. More than Shadowbringers, I'd say.
What? What are you gawping at?
House Levior is in all its grandeur. Zion headquarters must seem swell indeed. Just admire the craft. The timing, though. Which one to choose?
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
I mean, considering you're a part of one of the big families,
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
As you wish, bow.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
You are very practiced at that kind of timing. You got strife again tonight. LOL. Hey. I believe it.
Have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It's clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
That they have.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Aw, they do care.
Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
She's so pretty.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Of course. Oh. Amelians. We stand Amelians in this household. Hey, there's the new outfit.
You mentioned gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alpha now.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Oh, she's such a good mom.
See for yourself.
Opposite side coming is Alphino in his sage kit.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
And now he is a sage. Alphino is now a sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Surprise
Well
Pikachu face.
to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Yeah.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Oh.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Surprise Pikachu face times 2.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
She's so pretty. I love that glam on her. It looks so good. While I love the step style outfit, I love the refined look she has in what I have on her now. She's... I guess you could say what this is, she's come into her own. Elegant, refined, and then there's the staff that is still very much an Eastern flair, considering it is Saryu's. Ah, the nighttime thing. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I, shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. LOL, private conversation, my ass. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Yes, let's. Woohoo! Bam! Into the annex. The good thing about not doing this right when it came out, like I did with my main, is that I don't have to press X to talk to the people or get into the main entrance, because X removes me targeting players. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. And with that, I am done with this Sharlyan. I am done with the Sharlyan quests. Thank God. Because honestly, of the two, that is a bit more, what's the word? Bland? All things considered. So, I always do it first, just to get it out of the way. But... yeah, agreed. Agreed. Yeah, quite literally, it's just like, do that, and then immediately afterwards I can, throw myself into, the Fafnir one, which then afterwards I immediately get the dungeon anyways, so boop. It works out. Works out quite well. But, with that, I've been going for quite a bit, so instead, we will be ending the stream, all things considered. It was a fairly productive stream. Went from the straight on from the beginning to this point. Naturally, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope y'all enjoyed my babbling. It's always fun to go back through expansions you've already been through before and haven't been through in a while yourself. But we are going to... I see that we have a Blue Onion streaming currently. So... we are going to raid Miss Brew. Miss Brew Orion. And because I am not one to forget it, last night I had the raid message suggested to me, and I'm gonna keep with it. Miss Brew herself, yes. There it is. There's the raid message that we're gonna be going in with. And really quickly before I do, socials and Discord really quick. Yeah. Discord is where I put a lot of my updates and announcements, as well as forming my community. Oftentimes, if you want to reach me, Discord is the best way to do it. I inform when I'm going live and my schedule on Twitter, not much else. And then YouTube is where I post my VODs. But other than that... I thank you guys for coming for this stream. I very much appreciate it. Welcome to the Crystal Heart for those that are new followers. Thank you very much. And all things considered, I will be seeing you next time I stream. You're welcome. Alright. Well then. And we're gonna go now into Le Brew.
Anti-flash? Is that the way you're going?
Yeah, anti-flash, yeah.